How many hours did you keep the stream for? Like 40 million. Ooh. Oh shit. Oh my god. Unfortunately, there are only really annoying bugs today, and it's really pissing me off. Like now I can't grow plants, and I don't know why. However, now I can grow plants. So I need to boot the game and then turn it off and then start it up again. Then the plants can grow. Alright. It's probably not in the shader. Did this have a constructor? Not so sure. I don't know what the best approach here is. We'll probably just make a class for each plant, I guess. What's the problem? Did it not have a dash? Whatever, let's just name it that. I guess it doesn't really need override for that. I don't really know exactly when you need an interface, so I'm not sure if you need an interface here. So if we do this, we've got like lifespan and harvest yield, growth, etc. And in here, we need like I don't know what I want this to be. Tile position. What is this? Is this a... Vector 2 int? Ah. Oh, let's make this int. Do that. Right, and then all plants should have an update. That update should do something like adds 1 growth. And then if growth is greater than lifespan times 2, this is just placeholder functions, then how do you destroy yourself? How would that work? The thing is, I normally you would just do game object somehow and just nuke it that way, but in this case it would just be variable, kind of. Does it need mono behavior to be that? Maybe it needs mono behavior for update. I'm not sure. They should probably inherit from mono behavior. They can handle themselves. That's why I couldn't access game object. Removes game object, component, or asset. Wonder if this works. Like ideally, I want this to remove the reference to this class, but I don't know if the lists are going to manually readjust them or automatically readjust themselves. So I might have to simply access the list that it is contained in via this and manually remove it first. I wonder if you can still call things after. Let's try that. It might be possible. However, this won't remove the graphics. have an idea. I wonder if this works. I'm gonna ask on Discord. Hello, Martin. How's it going? Custom card forum is mean to me? Well, yeah. Other people are always mean. Especially in gaming communities. What are they saying? Also, you have to remember that there is always, in a large group of people, there's always one person who hates you. Like, irregardless of what you've done or said or think. That guy hates you, always. And he is always the guy who is going to shit on you. No matter what. You can never write anything in a forum without someone shitting on you. Because that guy is just like anti-you. It's just how it works. It's so over? No. You have to realize that you should just be that guy. Shit on everyone else. I was trolling this one guy for 2 hours straight. Alright. And everyone got upset because we took up the main chat. Yeah, well, that makes sense. You're just being inconsiderate to everyone else. Also, a chat isn't a forum, but... yes. Is there a custom card in Discord, too? Okay. like the Nexus mod site? Dueling Nexus. Oh, okay. I don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! Does need light growth stages. If should we use a switch here? I don't I'm not really good at using switches. We have to look it up. Okay, you do switch growth. Case. Greater than equal to 0. And lower than lifespan divided by okay, so we do need to use a render texture instead of an actual texture. It's fine. Okay, so we have lifespan divided by growth stages. Maybe we should do something like... This should work. And then multiply this by growth. And then mathf.lore. Oh, I don't think we need that, but we can just cast it to int. I don't know what's better. Here's what we should do as well. We need public vector 3. That should then be I don't think a switch is actually viable here. I'll be right back. Let's see. I need important answers here. So I don't need to peel my carrots. That makes preparing them even easier. You should scrub them apparently. So many Assassin's Creed normies on my timeline. Makes me upset. Okay, so what am I doing here? I'm trying to... I'm trying to make it update itself, right? So regardless of how many growth stages it has, it'll always work. And what we need really is... So I made this. This is one life stage, right? This is how long one stage of the plant's life is. So... does that matter? See, this is the problem here. We can't have that. We need to have a constructor, I feel like. But it works like that. But then this needs to be virtual. I think. This was way too hard. Okay, so we set the current stage of the plant to 0, which is the first stage. And then we increment growth by 1. And then we need to check if growth is higher than the next threshold in the growth cycle. And we do that by doing if growth divided by growth stages greater than life stage, current stage plus life stage, and okay, if we're gonna do that, then make a temp float. If temp growth is greater than current stage plus life stage, and temp growth is less than lifespan. Then we do current stage equals I wonder if you can just cast it to bite. Because that should just chop off the decimals, right? Oh, Sandia. Not sure. Right now I'm just trying to make some plants that can grow. Java? No, this is C#. We set the current stage, and then we need to This is my private project, yeah. We have another project going as well, called Legends of Terrestria. But, haven't worked on it for a while for various reasons. Mainly I'm a pixel artist on that project, but I've also done some programming. Yeah, I've just been programming some basic stuff for a rendering system for this game. So that you can like walk into buildings and walk behind buildings. Walk up to the second floor and stuff like that. But it's got some issues that I haven't quite worked out yet. Otherwise, like I said, I mainly work as a pixel artist. It's the kind of stuff we've been making for the main project. I don't have any art for my current one. But quite a few animations there. But I'm just doing something simple now. I'm trying to ease my way back into programming. For working in general. Unfortunately, none of my ideas are simple, so let's see. What? So here is where I would need to be able to call a method update this. And we don't have that method yet. So let's try figuring it out. So in the shader, we are currently using this texture here that I'm sending information to. But we need to test something else. We need an RW texture 2D, I think. Or is it just called a render texture? Custom render texture. Custom render textures feature provides a scripting and shader framework to help with complicated configuration, like varying update frequency, partial or multipass updates. To use this framework, you need to assign a material to the custom render texture asset. Yeah. They need all this shit? Now let's just look at... Because what we need is, we need Unity graphics.blip, right? Public static void blit texture source render target destination material mat int pass. Copy source texture into destination render texture with a shader. It sets destination as the render target, sets source underscore main text property on the material, and draws a full screen quad. Does this really help me that much? Hmm. Alright. Public render texture. How do you make one? Just like you make a normal texture. What? Render texture format. Render texture format. Hello, Tenyo Tenge. Yeah, we're coding. It counts 0. Alright. Render texture read write. How or if color space conversions should be done on texture read/write. What? Let's just ignore that. Let's go with 0 there. Or no MIP shit. Oh. I'm trying something new here that I haven't really tried. I'm not really sure how to implement it or how it works. sRGB read/write. What the fuck is that? So right now, in my beautiful game, if it runs, but you can walk around and you can till the ground, right? That's what you can do here. And then you can plant some plants like that. And the plants will start growing eventually. Like that. They're growing. But the problem is, you can see it's got like some offsetting issues and stuff. That's because none of them are objects. It's just like a variable in a list, pretty much, or a class. And then I'm using that to tell the shader to draw that tile, right? Because I don't want to have like 10,000 objects on the screen. As little as possible. But the problem is that the solution for doing this right now is super heavy. Because it involves I have to write it on somehow. So I have a texture that is as large as the map. So each pixel represents one tile on this on this texture. So if I till the ground somewhere on one tile, then I change the color on one pixel on this texture, send it to the shader, and the shader is like, okay, so now I need to render this as till ground. But that means that every single time that I till the ground, I have to edit this texture and then send it to the GPU. But the set pixel stuff and uploading it, you know, it's super heavy to do that all the time. Especially like the larger your map is, and if you have to re-upload the map basically every single time you press a button, it's not great. Remap and translate? I don't really know what that means. But there is just another method. Instead of just using a straight texture and just editing the texture on this using the CPU and then sending it to the GPU, there is another function called a render texture and graphics.bullet. But I'm not exactly sure how it works. I think it's basically editing the texture on the GPU. And if I can do that, then instead I can just edit that pixel instantly using the GPU, pretty much. Instead of uploading the entire thing at all. I wouldn't even need to have this original texture. But I'm not sure exactly how it works. Yeah, the thing is, I don't really know. I'm not a programmer. Let's just put it that way. I'm not a programmer, I just write shaders that look like this. fun. The goal is to be able to have like trees and plants and cabbages and whatever be able to grow on a large map potentially, without all of them being objects and eating up performance just by existing. Instead, I want to just have them in a list and iterate through them that way, and just update their graphics. On the shader. That is the goal. But we also want to be able to place things, right? And that's what I'm doing here. And that's where the whole editing the texture thing and re-uploading it over and over takes place. But it also... It's also the fact that if I have growth, for example on the plants, that means that every time a plant grows, it also needs to re-upload the entire texture. And right now... Right now the map is only 100 times 100 tiles, so it's not very big. This texture is only 39 kilobytes, so it's not a big deal. But once we start making the map bigger, now it's 3.8 megabytes, and I don't know how big the map should be. And I also have multiple layers that are just as big. So, like right now we have 3 layers of, it kind of works like this. Like there, if you look at the scene, there's nothing. I'm just rendering everything on some, just some flat quads. So now I have a quad on top of another quad on top of another quad. And on layer 0, I'm just rendering the ground. On layer 1, I'm rendering things on top of that, like I'm tilling the ground. On layer 2, I'm rendering cabbages and whatnot, so that they can just grow on top of that without having to delete whatever is below. But right now, we just want to see if we can figure out how Blit works, because where is it? There, Blit. Because it shows this, that you can do this, right? Texture source, so in that case, like, the real problem is that I feel like no matter what I do, I still have to make a texture and I still have to use supply and shit. I wish I could just like shoot a color at the texture that's on in the shader. Raycasting? I already do raycasting here. In the other project, we do shitloads of raycasting. There's the shader. See all these loop, 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 loop. There are loops everywhere here because I'm raycasting like crazy. Raycasting is actually pretty. Let's see. DirectX 3D devices can transform the textured coordinates for vertices by applying a 4x4 matrix. System applies transformations to textured coordinates in the same manner as geometry. Any transformation, scale, rotation, translation, projection, shear, or any combination of these can be done with a 4x4 matrix. No, I'm not trying to transform it. I'm trying to edit the color content. Can anything be lists instead of objects and save performance that way? I think so. But that's typically how things are done. No. The off-center thing is... It's kind of different. Actually, I don't really know how high the impact of an object is versus doing it my way. But it makes a lot of things harder. Like I can't just put, like normally I could just place a tree as an object, and then I could just use the Unity's built-in stuff to animate it and stuff like that. But the way I'm doing it now, it's kind of hard to do animations and stuff. I'm not really sure how much I can do, and because if I can graphics.blit like the entire map 60 frames a second, then sure, I could animate it. But the problem is that when you're just animating an object, you're just changing which sprite it's currently using, right? Like here. This animation here is literally just cycling between these frames down here. So if you have an object, you can just do that internally on the object, and that's fine. But if now the entire system is tile-based, so that I kind of just tell the computer to that, like, this tile is grass, and it's like, okay, this is grass, and then it goes and checks up on a tile sheet. This is grass. This is what I'm rendering, this frame, and then it just does that all the time. So now, if I have like 100 trees that all have 20 different frames, and I'm rendering it the same way, then now I have to like re-upload the map every frame and like change all these values on the entire thing all the time. And I don't know how viable it is. There are a lot of other issues as well. Like, if you don't have objects, you can't do Y sorting, which means that it's basically this. Like, now I'm in front of the wall, and now I walk up, and now I'm behind the wall. There are a lot of problems. But I think that's what they do in 3D games for the most part. They use shaders as much as possible to animate there. Like, I don't know if that is the case, but my guess is in Witcher 3, for example, when the trees are bending in the wind, that should just be a shader. So in reality, there's just a tree standing there, but they're applying a shader to it that just bends the tree. They don't render things outside of view. Yeah. But for a game like this, it doesn't really matter that much. So, anyway. Render texture. So how does this work? How do we do this? Only rendering things in view is actually the norm. That's how all things work, generally. It's called culling. Or... I don't know what it's called in... Is it view culling? We call it frustum in Swedish. Frustum. If you plan something and walk away, but then nothing happens because you left it, that's really annoying. Yeah, but that's not how it would work. Because the internal functionality of that plant would be done inside the scripts, right? Like, all the plants would be managed at all times, everywhere. It's just the visuals that are being done that way. And I think in Unity, when you have a lot of objects, they're all kind of like tied into the physics system as well, which is why I also kind of want to avoid them. That would still be slow as fuck with objects? Yeah. Like, the reason I jumped in and I started programming this whole rendering system for our other game. This is complicated as shit. Like, this is insane. You don't have any clue. This is fucking impossible, all of this. And Martin has some clue. But, what was I saying? I lost my train of thought. I don't remember. What were we even talking about? Cabbages. I don't know. Anyway. Screen status render texture. We got a render texture here. Why you made... Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. We made this fucking thing because at first we were... Or we have... We made something else first that I was kind of sure it wasn't going to work, but we kind of tried it anyway. And the lads made a tile system that use objects per tile, and I was like, this is not gonna work, but sure, let's see how it goes. And then we made a little map with like 50 times 50 tiles, and it was like, yeah, this works fine. And then I was like, okay, can I borrow that? and then I increased it to 100 times 100, and the game like slowed to 4 frames per second. But this is a large issue with programmers in general, because they don't generally know how game programming works. Like, you can be a really good programmer and still have no idea how games are made or what works inside of a game context. It's extremely common. Almost every single programmer that I've worked with ever has had no clue. And I know a lot more simply by having like used like hacks and editors in old games like Baldur's Gate or something. Because I know a little bit of how they work behind the scenes. So that's why I'm doing this now, and that's why here we don't have, like, I have 3 objects or something on this scene, and it's just one quad that we're rendering everything on. Right now I don't know how big the map is. We can run. Like, this is how big the map is. Okay, there, it crashed. Because I went outside of the array, and I haven't fixed that apparently. Cloud services are cheap, so optimization isn't a priority. There is that, but there is one more variable, and it's the fact that people who are just, like, I'm 33, people who are just 10 years younger than me didn't grow up with those kind of games. They all grew up with things that just fucking work, and they never had to learn how anything works. So when they actually go into game development, they kind of have to start at such a low level that they just don't know what they're doing. They don't have any clue. So they kind of just like wing it, and it usually doesn't go well. That's why you see pixel art games nowadays that run at like 40 FPS, even though you're kind of just like walking around. That's just because they, like, everything is just an object. Like they need to have like some dirt on the ground or something for just the art. And they just put that dirt there as an object. Like, just, and it's just there. That's what they do. That's how they construct levels. Object-oriented is a cancer? Well, I don't know if that is exactly true, because I kind of don't see the difference, honestly. Like, I mean, I dropped out of programming, okay? So I don't actually understand exactly what people mean when they say object-oriented, because when we were talking about object-oriented programming, it was literally just about, like, segmenting the code, right? Like, that was it. Instead of just having everything be in, like, the update, it was like, okay, have methods, pretty much. That was object-oriented, kind of. Anyway, this goddamn render texture. Okay, okay, how do we do this? Unity render texture blip. Can someone explain this to me? How to use graphics.blip more efficiently? Okay, show me your code. Texture 2D input texture equals new texture 2D. very complex, nerdy stuff that I don't even get. I don't even know what any of those words mean, bro. Also, this is why I tell everybody that I ever talk to that want to make a game or want to program, but they think they're too stupid for it. Is that like the top programmers in the world are fucking retarded, and all you have to do is like do something and kind of use your brain a little bit, and you can make anything you want easily, and you'll be better than 90% of programmers in the entire world instantly. Mutability is changing a var after naming one. What? Isn't that just a normal thing? Like, what? Games aren't becoming worse. Games are like, I hate this thing. Games are becoming better than ever. It's just that, like, most of these things are on the indie scene. Be honest. They're oh my god, I don't want to get into a discussion. But it's like there are indie devs who grew up with computers that just work, they don't know anything, and then they just kind of get into programming, and then they just don't think, and they just make things with the apps because it just runs, right? Like, oh, it runs at 60 FPS, it's fine. But it's actually like only running at 60 FPS when it should in fact be running at like 2000 FPS. And the second part is SJWs, right? Age are absolutely demolishing companies from the inside, hiring people who are not qualified, and then they put them in there to like, oh, now you're gonna program this thing and design this thing, and they all have their heads up their asses. And that's why you get like literally XCOM 2 launcher that just doesn't work. Like, you have to use an external launcher to launch XCOM 2 or the game literally doesn't work. And it was like that for like half a year. It's probably still that way. Like, this is it's terrible. Like, you have to use an external launcher to launch the game, otherwise it doesn't work. Like, you get errors all the time if you yeah, it's ridiculous. But yeah, those are the two things that are happening, and that's why some games are like running like dog shit trash. Yeah, that is true. Not much, but to some extent in some cases, and that's usually because of Denuvo. You might get like a 10% increase at most. It's not much more than that, though. To be fair. What is he doing? Why? I don't understand any of this. I mean, I do, but I don't understand why he does it. Hold on, let me do something here. Okay. So, now we can read it here instead. I don't know what he's doing. I don't care. I kind of just want to see the code. So he's making a render texture here. This is what we have already done. That's fine. Although I think this should probably be 1. We might not necessarily need to have these layers. Because what you can do is, you can do ray tracing. Kind of. You can kind of flatten everything. So let's say I use this render texture here to kind of show the GPU everything that's on the map. But it can have multiple layers, so it has depth. So it is a 3-dimensional texture. So I can have like layer 1 just be the ground, and then I have layer 2 be something that's on top of the ground, like peel the dirt, for example, just so we can keep the underlying data. And then on top of that, we can have plants and stuff like that. And Unity is all 3D, even the 2D stuff. That's kind of a misnomer, I would say, because everything, like, a 2D engine is just an engine that hasn't had Z implemented yet. Pretty much. 3D is just 2D, but it's like faked to look like it's 3-dimensional. With like rotation matrices and stuff. So it's not entirely accurate. But if this render texture then has these layers, what you can do is inside the shader, you can just start reading from the top every frame, from the highest, because you're gonna be checking some pixels, so you just check that pixel on the highest layer in this render texture, and then you see, is there something here? No? Okay, check the next one. Is there something here? No? And then you just do that until you hit a pixel. That way you can have like a plant be inside it, so on top of something, and it just kind of, like, when it hits the plant, it just renders that part of the plant. If it hits the alpha of the plant, it just keeps going, and then it hits the dirt. So I don't think we necessarily need to have multiple textures for multiple layers with like their own renderers and stuff. Because having multiple quads that have their own renderers is just, it's a pain in the ass. I would prefer to not do that. So I'm gonna go eat dinner. Alright, good luck. Maybe I can finally figure out this render target thing instead of talking about SJWs. See you later, dude. Also, they're gonna call me from the hospital in like 10 minutes or less. I'll be right back when they call. Where did that stuff go? Here. Let's see, here he's making a texture that is only 1 pixel wide. called input texture. And then he is bulleting that to the temp render texture. That. Temp render texture create. What the fuck does that mean? This sounds exactly like what I'm doing. I'm trying to modify a texture, replace a color, change its alpha channel by GPU instead of using texture 2D set pixel and get pixel. In Unity, answer comment that can be done with graphics split but not get it to work. This is the code. No? But how do you use the render texture on the shader side? That's just as confusing to me. that. Let's do this again. Let's see. Set this to 100. That'll fuck up the map, but it's fine. Then after this is done, we do graphics.bullet, texture source, screen status texture, 0. Render texture, that's gonna be RTex. There, now that looks like that. What of this render texture never applied? I'm still confused as how we set it. Alright, I'll be right back. What a bitch. So, oh guys. So normally, when you take a blood test here, normally they are supposed to upload those values to a website that we have nationally that you can log in with your ID and see those values. But in my municipality, they don't do that because they're lazy bastards. And now I ask them to get like a couple of the tests that I've taken printed so I can see the values myself. And she's like, I don't really see the point of that. Like, okay, they're my values. Like, I want to know what's going on. It's like, fuck you. Send me my fucking papers. What kind of an attitude? Like, she was almost angry when she hung up. Because it was like, I'm wasting their time. Like, fuck you. Oh my god. Anyway. Here. Also, I need to go to the apothecary later, but it closes kind of late. We're making a render texture here, and here now we are writing the stuff over there. Do we just do... Is there some other way you can do it? I don't really understand. Yeah. Because it's like when you're talking to a the thing is, it's a general practitioner that you're talking to. So when you have some issues that might be a little bit more specialized, like maybe you want to have some say in it yourself, and maybe you need to be able to know and like cross-reference to see if the doctors are actually like doing their job properly. Because when they call you and they're like, your values are normal, like that's just them saying that based on some international guidelines that they've been given, right? So like it could mean anything. It could mean that, like, I had my testosterone checked, for example, and they said that it was normal, and I'm like, okay, but what was the value? And they said that it was 10, and I'm like, okay, what is like the norms? The norms are 7 to 35, and I'm like, that's a very wide norm, guys. Am I sure that I'm normal within that giant field? And it's the same thing about, like, right now, I'm having thyroid issues. And my THS or whatever is at like 5.7, and the normal is like 2 to 5. But you should actually be like within like 1.7 to 3 or something. So if I'm like at 5 and they're like, yeah, it's fine, and I feel like dog shit, and then they're just not gonna do anything. Like, so yeah, fuck this lady. Let's see if we are getting any information here now. We are. So the blit seems to work just fine. But what does that mean? The Naked Man code is going alright. My stomach hurts, so that's a problem. But I'm actually kind of just optimizing right now, but the optimization has to be done. Like normally you don't want to optimize this early, but it's like the basis for how the entire code is going to work, so I have no choice. So what I'm trying to do is, as I've already told people that, or we just had this discussion. I'm basically using the CPU to edit a texture. Whenever I place a plant or I till the ground, I use the CPU to edit that texture, and then I upload it to the GPU. But that's not what I want to do. I want to just be able to edit the texture on the GPU like instantly, pretty much. But I'm not sure we'll be able to do that. My dad is a nurse and he argues with doctors all the time. Wants to basically only care about the paycheck. Yeah. I mean, here it's not much of a paycheck, right? Because it's not a private practice or anything like that. In the US, it's almost all private, right? Yeah. The funny thing is also that my mom, like I said that I was going to do this to my mom, I asked them for the papers. And she was like, yeah, you should do that. I did that. And then she like brings me all her papers with her like TSH information and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna do that. And now they're just bitching at me. Here they get money in the pocket. If you don't, they barely treat you. What a nice country. Here, it actually kind of works, but it also falls apart in a lot of ways. Like, for example, if you want to get an ADHD, not prescription, but diagnose, there's a 3-year waiting period because everybody's getting their kids HD and ADHD, ADD tested. Now, I would have to go find a private practitioner. I don't even know how to do that. Because it's like we have a nationalized healthcare system, so it just all goes through that way. So finding someone private would probably cost shitloads. I mean, I know someone who did get their testosterone tested via a private clinic, so it's not impossible, but I also live out in the middle of nowhere. So there are no private clinics. I mean, I can still get my blood drawn here and like tested and then have a private clinic check it out and get back to me. Yeah, everybody's on SSRIs right now or something like that. They're on SSRIs or they're on Ritalin or something, Adderall. Yeah, the biggest reason why I want to have my actual values is because I've been feeling like this for a long time, like really bad, really long. And last time I talked to my doctor, she was like, yeah, this is new. Like, your blood has been fine before. And I'm like, okay. Maybe. Because it's the exact same symptoms I've always had. It's just gotten a bit worse. Okay, so now what? I think we need to write a method. It needs to be like... Good that you're on your toes about it? I have to, because the doctors don't have an opinion. They're like, okay, what do you want to do? Like, how do you feel? I feel like shit, I don't know. Like, do you know anything? She was like I was taking this levothyroxine, levothyroxine, 50 micrograms, and it was making me feel so dog shit, like I haven't worked for 2 months or more. And now I reduced it to half, and the only reason I did that is because she was like, yeah, so should we just stop? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I have this illness, how are we going to treat it? When one dose makes me feel bad. And she's like, I don't know. Like, okay, I don't know either. I guess we can try reducing it a little bit. Thank you for me doing your job. Yeah, I'm a little bit annoyed maybe. Throw them all down the toilet? Yeah, except for when you need them, right? I mean, I probably will get diabetes. My dad has diabetes. My grandma had diabetes. So, but the thing is, I haven't had diabetes for 15 years, and I've been feeling bad for 15 years or more. So, it's either just extreme stress from depression and just everybody always treating me like dog shit through my entire life, making me just super tired and basically not having the energy to do anything, or I have had hypothyroidism from like a really long time, or a mix of the two, right? But I don't have diabetes yet. However, like my this is now a medicine stream, by the way. My what is it called? My insulin resistance is still fine, but it's like borderline getting a little bit worse. But this medicine can worsen that. Yeah, I have already gotten rid of all of them. That's why I don't have any friends in real life. Because I have never had any good friends in real life. Yeah, this is a super depressing stream now. I was trying to plant some cabbages. Do you think we can manage to plant some cabbages here? So, oh man. Should I do this? Thinking but no matter what I think of, I feel like I have to call on apply. Every frame. I guess it might be okay to call one apply every frame. That might be viable. I remember my younger sister saying it and realized I thought the same thing. Regarding cabbages. Thought we were some sort of model family until my older sister got pregnant at 17. Well, shit happens, right? So your dad is a nurse and a farmer. Man, I want to be a farmer too, though I don't want to be that. Maybe a chicken farmer like we talked about. But like having goats and stuff, I don't know. All downhill from there. That's why you're drinking whiskey every single day now. Don't think I'm not noticing. Undefined? Undefined cashew? Oh. Nice bot. Not working right. He just plays farmer? Yeah. I mean, that's what being a farmer is. Pretty much. So, what we need to do here is we need to make this so we need to change the values, right? And it's gonna be vector 3. No. Gonna be color. Data values. I would really prefer if it was a color 32. That makes it a lot more annoying. Sometimes I wish I was out more. Sitting in front of a PC all day is not healthy. It isn't. I do be drinking whiskey right now, Lamau. Yeah, I know. And yesterday and the day before that. Yeah. The problem is that you need somewhere to do it, right? And you also need the energy to just go outside. Just going out for a walk is a lot of work. I mean, Carlos, you can drink all the whiskey you want. I'm just saying, I'm noticing that you are drinking a lot of whiskey. Just say. Just putting it out there. So here we need to... How the fuck? The liquor store was closed Sunday and Monday. Yeah, but yesterday was Wednesday. Went a full work week without whiskey. Wow. Nice. Maybe I should go buy a whiskey. No, I shouldn't. I'm trying to change my eating habits to adjust like my gut flora. I don't know how to do that, and I don't know when it's good and when it's bad. But I know that my stomach hurts right now a lot, and I don't want that. So I'm trying to not drink alcohol. And I'm eating some carrots. That's basically what I'm doing. And avoiding pasteurized milk. Fuck am I looking at? What am I doing? Ooh. I always thought of whiskey as a bad tasting alcohol, simply designed to get drunk. But if you're gonna get drunk drinking something that's disgusting, just buy wine. It costs like a tenth as much. No, I don't buy whiskey. I buy Disaronno. It's a whiskey-based liqueur. It has a lot more sugar in it though. But it tastes really good. It's really nice. You can mix it with milk or something, or with Coke. Though I think the Coke kind of ruins it. It's already sweet enough. I usually just drink it with ice and let the ice kind of dilute it a bit. I strongly recommend Disaronno. It's really good. Worth a shot, but it's not really something that you drink to get drunk on, I think, because it has so much sugar. Your sin Coca-Cola? That's even worse. Honestly, soda is way worse than alcohol. I would rather be an alcoholic than drink soda all the time. Completely unironic. Robert is the worst sinner of us all. Well, people are just fat, yeah. And they don't have any teeth. But what we need here is we need to if it'd be alcohol, there'd be no music. Yeah, alcohol is not very conducive to creativity. I only drink water, but we had very low chlorine in our tap water, so it's fine here. So it's probably still too much chlorine to drink a lot of. I need... I've been really drunk once. I've been drunk a couple of times. I don't mind getting drunk at home alone on twitter.com. But I've only been really drunk once. And I threw up like 12 times the day after, so I'm never ever doing that again. Guaranteed. That was awful. Not good. But some guy drowned? Oh no. Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Creator Kazuki Takahashi found dead off Japanese coast 13 minutes ago. No, 2 hours ago. First time I tried a keg stand, I threw up on my friend's balcony. It was like a puke waterfall over the edge. Yeah, I've never done that. I had 2 of these. Still have the bottles here. Like, it wasn't long ago, it was just a couple of weeks ago. I think these are pretty big bottles, right? But it's 10% beer. I had 2 of these in one evening, and it was a lot. My alcohol tolerance is not high at all. Like I know some other people, like goats, who drink like 3 bottles of wine in one night, and he's like sober. I don't know what's going on there. Two small beers, that's enough for me. Then I'm super drunk, and then it like lasts for an hour, and then it's over. Yeah, I mean, stuff like that can put you in a bad spot and really trigger something like that. Sounds pretty rough, to be honest. Should go out for like one beer sometime. Can we go in for one beer instead? I don't want to go out. Beers are expensive out. Have you seen Excalibur? What? Who? The movie? Don't think so. (1981) Excalibur. No, I have only seen Merlin. I don't really trust people's opinions that much. Though I did watch Princess Bride, because people said it was good, and it was pretty good. Then I watched... what is it called? Escape from New York, because people said it was so good, and it was absolute dog shit. Or, yeah, Escape from New York. You should watch it. It's a pretty unique film. Yeah. Think so. I love it. See, I don't really like movies for being bad often. I don't have that in me anymore. So for me, Princess Bride was like actually decent. Those Zorro movies? No, it's not a Zorro movie. But they do fight with rapiers, I guess, or whatever it's called. Not something I'd watch for fun. You only watch it to identify with the Joker. The first Blade Runner movie, in the sense that it's unique. I will agree that the first Blade Runner movie is unique, but I do think it sucks ass. Although I've only watched one cut, and people say that there's only one specific cut that's watchable at all. Everyone else, all the other ones are ass. Yeah, the second one was better, but it was also kind of boring in the same way the first one was. Should I do this? I wonder how long an array can be. I don't think there's a limit. You like the original Total Recall? I haven't watched it in ages, so I can't say. But I'm not really much of a movie watcher. You pretend to have an opinion of Blade Runner 1? I mean, Blade Runner is really hard to watch without falling asleep. Yeah, that's true. I also hate ambiguous endings. Or like endings that are just kind of an ending. I don't like that at all. I can, however, get into a bad ending. Like, or not a bad ending, like a tragedy ending. That's something that people don't do enough. In my opinion. I've been watching Miami Vice. And Miami Vice actually does a lot of those. Like, there are a lot of endings that aren't just that they win. And I really like that a lot. It's just, like, it's just a case. And sometimes the case goes bad. And that's just the end of it. Pretty much. Or like the bad guy just got shot. And that's the end. Okay, so just worried that we're gonna get some mismatches here between basically what I want to do is I kind of need to go through all the tiles every frame. That sounds terrible too. No, we don't want to do that. They all need everything that needs to trigger a change needs to do it. Needs to trigger that change. I'm just worried about getting some kind of mismatch between the matrix that actually contains all the data and the texture that contains the visual data. Can I get the settings from another texture? Whatever. Needs to be like that. It's all this. And then what? Oh no, this only copies over. Right. That pixel 32. I don't know. We're listening to rainwave.cc. It's a game radio station. So I have no idea what's coming up. This looks like Soul Calibur 6. It's right there. Above my head. You do this. Maybe? And then here, when we edit the render texture, needs to do something like temp texture. No. This barely saves any time or effort. Is there any difference? Maybe it's fine. I don't know. Because it's still that's the entire issue. Alright, Robert, good luck. Hope you don't get caught by any corrupt officials. That pixel. And then it gets set to... See, if we use set pixel, then it's got this. But what I'd rather see here is simply the color array being edited. And then that's gonna be... file index y times, but here we need to know the width. And for that we need to actually check the temp texture. No, we can just check map width, map size.x, that's fine. That's what we're using. Like that. That way we edit the color32 array. And that way this can happen multiple times in one call before we call apply and all that shit. Thank you, Telonius, for the subscription. Did you sub 5 people before, but not yourself? I still have that horse that pops up because I haven't fixed anything. One day I'll fix the stream. One day. Oh. Got a bonus and a raise. Nice, dude. Gave all my buddies 5 git subs. Very nice of you. What do you work with? Then once this is done, we do temp texture dot set pixels screen status color array. Set pixels 32. Temp texture dot apply. But see, here is where I don't get it. Why am I doing this? Wasn't the entire point using a render texture? But then, like, it's just an extra step. Been painting guitars for Gibson guitars since 2008? Oh, that's pretty cool. I'm pretty lucky too. I've been drawing busty women for kids for a couple of years now. I bought a guitar not long ago, but I haven't had the time to keep playing it. Or rather, I haven't had the health to keep playing it. Love drawing busty women? You draw a lot of busty women on your Gibson guitars. Are you an artist? Yeah, that's like the main thing I am. Made this for our game. We mostly have a bunch of idle animations. But I have made some actual animations too. Just drew a busty last night live on stream. Alright. Very nice. Let's see. All the animations here. This file has been super fucked up for ages now. Combat pose there. Chicken blink. Boink, boink, boink. She can walk. Up. There. Attack over there. There's somewhere we have a cast animation. Cast long. Go with that. Getting hurt. Dying. But those are pretty much the animations we have. I kind of wanted to hold off on animating everything else. Like all these characters. Until we needed it. Because the art style might change over time and stuff. So we only did this one character first. And now, unfortunately, I've been stuck programming for quite a long time. That's this stuff that I showed earlier. Programmed some buildings, some really ugly placeholder buildings that you can walk around and into and up onto second floor and etc, etc. And that was just so that we can walk inside buildings and have enemies be in like a second floor and shoot through windows and stuff like that. This project is called Legends of Terrestria. If you check it up on YouTube, you should find the Bickering Bunch channel where Kibbs talks about it. I've also got some tile work we've been doing for ages as well. It hasn't, or rather I haven't progressed as fast or as much as I would want to. But my health has been up and down. We've got some buildings we're working on here. This is supposed to be like a market square. And here we've got some houses and stuff I worked on for a while too. We've got some streets, boxes, and some grass. Should be a tree here too, but it's not showing right now for some reason. I'm not sure the tree is in this file actually. Gibbs is also making a tabletop game. It's on the same world. Here's my tree. And a Battletech, or is it Battlemech? The Battletech thing is just like a video series, it's nothing serious. It looks kind of weird, but... Yep. I've been programming a lot because we've been focusing on getting that done. But otherwise, we have quite a lot of characters. Big giant. I'm not happy with this breathing animation though. Do you think my ancient project works? Unity Hub. No, it's not there. I think I've kind of misplaced it. I've got a really old project lying around. Could be that, but that's a very old version of Unity that I don't have. So let's see if we can upgrade it. Wonder how long this will take. It probably won't even run, but we'll see. Compilation errors. Ignore. Alright, where is my compilation error? Deterministic compilation failed. Okay, I don't really know what that means. Let's disable it, I guess. Player settings. There. I don't know how loud it's gonna be. Let's see here. Does it work? It kind of works. You can walk around a little bit. This was my first project, or my second project rather. And pretty much just walk into this building. That's it. And we also got the combat sequence. That apparently doesn't work. An animation event has no name, has no function name specified. That is odd. And unfortunate, but I don't think I want to fix it. little bit strange. Really even understand what this means. Animation event has no function name specified. Is that like the animator? Animation. Well, whatever. There's an easier solution. There. This is how it worked. It's super low. But it's just turn-based combat. It was really simplistic. Oh, it's only showing the talent thing. I implemented something that alters the skill and makes it target things differently. So now it's gonna target like 4 enemies randomly or something. 6 times. Instead of hitting one target 3 times. That one had better volume. I didn't make this music. This is also what I'm going to implement for this project. Turn-based, that kind of turn-based combat. Instead of like Stardew. Stardew just has simple Zelda-style swing sword. Now I want something different. And what am I doing? What are we doing? Custom render textures. Let's read that again. Do some Googling. Reading from render texture in shader. Oh, it makes no sense. This is really the only way I can see it happen. And then you have to do like that. Now I just need to do that here. Good update on everything. But it's not being called. Let's see. Put these under update. I also want to call them every update. Or finalize render texture should be ran every update. And then edit render texture. Should be here. And that needs to be tile index. That's gonna be reticle tile target dot x, or just reticle tile target. And then data value is going to be that. But it's basically the same. The only difference is that I'm using setPixels32 instead of setPixel. Which is a lot faster, but I don't know if it's that much faster. Now here's the thing that I see instantly. That we're losing frame rate here. But also there's a chop. Every now and then. I'm not sure what that is from. It's probably the garbage collection. But what is it collecting? What the fuck are the controls here? Can you zoom this shit in? Zoom it, bastard. Okay. Time between updates, 1.2 milliseconds. Let's try that again. Not really telling me much. But I don't really know how to use this that well. Can't see shit. I want to see the big one. Taking my dog for a walk? Alright, dude. But it is the update that is taking some time, but I don't understand where the spikes really are. Like, this is global illumination. What the fuck is that? I'm not using that. Alright, let's try this. On start, we set application.target frame rate equals 60. Alright, runs at 60. Don't seem to get gigantic chunks. Just the camera being dog shit. And now the game runs at 13 FPS. We've got a problem. Hmm. Ah, so annoying. Be right back. It's just really annoying to change this now, just to test. Ah, that's it. I found it. I think. Perhaps. No, that shouldn't do it. Let's see here. What's the problem? See, just doing this tanks the frame rate down. 45, 47. Every like 3 seconds. So it's gotta be something that I'm doing. I'm creating something new over and over again. Try to create a mono behavior using the new keyword. Where? This shouldn't be mono behavior, but if it isn't, then I can't use destroy, which is, I guess, is fine. Data type not delete itself? Because ideally, I would want it to just update itself. And delete itself. But I think the second you add mono behavior to it, that's when things become fucked. But it doesn't have to be update. Now, I don't think it's actually... It's not an actual update. Like, if I do this... Yeah, it looks the same. So now this isn't actually an update. It's actually just a method called update. So it's without mono behavior, it's not gonna run every frame. So... But this actually needs a data type. Because here I want to... what we're gonna do is... we're gonna iterate through these plants every update then. And instead of these having their own update, we're just gonna call update here on the plant. And then that is going to return a value. And that value will tell us what to do with the plant. So if it returns 0, then that means that there is no plant. And then we can delete it, I guess. If it returns another value, that means that we're switching it to that state, I guess. Oh, wow, this is difficult. Oh, why is everything so much more difficult than I first imagined that it would be? Oh yeah, it's because I make everything more difficult. Day off? Nice. Oh. How's that going? I think I'm gonna give up. Oh. Tired. This doesn't have to return 0, it can return dot. Is there a negative? Positive infinity, negative infinity. What is that? Here we are going to return the vector that is the current stage. All right. Okay. So what if we go here then? And instead of planting a plant, we add a new cauliflower. Cauliflower needs some values. Needs our vertical tile target. Such. And then here is where we iterate through. And for the plants, it's already doing that. So all we need to do is update that, and that will return something. And if temp equals vector 3.0, then that means we need to delete it, which means plant list I, plant list dot remove I. Move at. Okay, there. And then I the minus minus. And then we do else if temp equals, no, we do, there are going to be three outcomes. There's going to be 0, which means delete, -1, -1, -1, which means ignore, and anything else. So you can just do this if temp equals vector new vector 3 -1 -1 -1. And then you just leave it empty. Else you do that, and else. So if it's all -1, we do nothing, and then otherwise, if it is 0, then we remove it and we reduce I by 1 so that we can keep iterating. Because it's gonna, the next value in the list is gonna fall down, I think. Else we do Edit render texture. At plant list I dot file index color 32 data values new color 32 let's keep that as color 32s. Is that what we're returning? It's a color 32, not a vector. Can't be negative. But I think it's fine. All you need to do is toast and tea. Nice. What are you making anyway? We're making something with cabbages and no cauliflowers so far. You can plant them. Not working very well though. Ah. This is not an exercise. It is an actual project. But I don't want to say the full scope quite yet. But I want it to be a farming game. But also some kind of manager. And I want there to be turn-based JRPG combat. don't know if that works. Whenever we edit that, I also want to edit tile matrix, right? Alright, fine. Like that. Playing The Sims. That also goes. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are the values. Now, need that too. Well, I don't know what we need to do. Let's just see how it goes. The plants definitely don't work. Oh, Ram Tree, how's it going? Can we tank the FPS though? No. He's hung like you? Doesn't have a penis at all? It's a rough life, dude. Oh, and the reason this doesn't work is because we are writing to the render texture. But why am I bothering with that? Let's try that instead. Someone has to bring the average down. It's a good soldier. We can try this. Does it ever enter here? Land update. It does enter there. It's enter there quite a lot. Alright, so Does the lifespan of a plant work? No. Ah. How about now? It works, but it doesn't work. It keeps spamming growth stage 0 over and over and over again. Why is that? Am I stupid? This is supposed to show the current stage, kind of. But that's not what this will yield. This has to be the length of the life stage, which is life stage. That way, let's say it lives for 30 seconds and it has 3 stages. That means that the life cycle for each stage, or the lifespan of each stage, is 10 seconds. So that means that if we divide the current growth, which is the value between 0 to 30, if we divide that by 10, which is the lifespan of one stage, then once it reaches 10, then we get 1, which means that we are stage 1, or rather we start in stage 1, so it's actually it needs to be +1. And then once we reach 20, it becomes the next stage. Let's see if it works now. Nope. Game instantly harvestable. Let's not worry about the lag when it's not even working. someone like requested by some guy has been requesting this song for like a year, like all the time. Oh, it's still fucked. Growth stage 0, 0, 0. Still broken. Growth plus 1 times delta time. Life stage equals int lifespan divided by growth stages times growth. So that's lifespan, that's 20, divided by growth stages, that's 3. Life stage. What am I doing? Do I even need this temp growth thing? Shouldn't it just be this? It works, but now the growth stage is going up infinitely. It's an improvement. My math is clearly wrong. 30 divided by growth stages. That will be 8. This is wrong. Okay, so what the fuck am I trying to do here? I'm trying to multiply it so that when growth is at 20, we get a 3. So that should just be lifespan divided by growth stages. Fuck should it be? Ah! No. I can, but I don't want to. Because this is the plant class. And I want every other plant, like the cauliflower, to derive from that. So all I want to do is, for the cauliflower, I want to, at least currently, I want to just set like the lifespan and how many stages it has when it's growing. And then I just change things later. And I don't think I will. Because there's no need for it to be like, oh, it's an infant for 40 seconds, and then it's like in the middle growth for like 10, and the third one is like 20, because it's just an animation that shows you how far along it is, more or less. And if I want that, I can override this update and do a manual update on that thing. I cannot see that being something that matters. In fact, it would probably just be annoying if it was irregular. The only stage that is further, you need to go backwards. Then we just change that. It's no big deal, stop. I'm just trying to figure out the math here. Plus I can just reset the growth. Like, just set growth to 0, and then it just grows again. Not harder than that. Let's see here. Okay, alright. Wait, yeah, okay, so that's, I don't know why growth was there. I agree. There should be no modding. Modding should be illegal and banned. If they want to mod the game, they should have to hack the game. Imagine if modding wasn't a thing. Then Todd Howard would have to fix Skyrim. Or just live with the game not launching. You just don't? Yeah, probably. No. Nothing? Growth stage 6. Well, that's not correct at all. Is that all it's showing? Why is it so fucking broken? Like, regardless, this should happen. Because I made it? Wow. Why isn't it dying? Harvestable. It became harvestable. And now it died. Okay, so it does work. Growth stage 1, growth stage 2, growth stage 3, harvestable, plant death. Alright. Okay, so what's causing it to not render? It should render here, I think. Not seeing anything in that render texture. What about here? Seeing any changes there either. What about here? That kind of seems to work. This sim plantation? Yeah, pretty much. Here it is actually rendering into the texture. For some reason, it's not correct. Yeah, we're just making Prison Architect. Sure why it's returning that the entire time. I have a Taurus Palatinus. Right? Still says... What would this return? Zero forever. Well, looks like you're wrecked, dude. Is it returning 0? How is this? How does this make any sense? It's returning -1, -1, -1. Here I have if temp equals new vector 3 -1. Oh, it's just 1 there. That's why. There's 5. We do that. And you're just gonna have to live with your little mouth baby for the rest of your life. Good times. You just have to get through med school and become a rich doctor so you can remove your own thing. Yeah, just volunteer to be someone's lab experiment. Still don't show up. Yeah, I don't know. But I have to stop now. I'm running out of juice anyway, and I need to go to the pharmacy before they close. If they haven't already, because it's summer. So I'll see you later. I don't know when. Maybe later after I eat, or maybe not, because my stomach hurts. Yeah, the heat's over. It's gonna be pretty chill for a while.